A very good morning and welcome to the opening day of competition at the Baku Grand Slam 2016. 3 days of competition, and we're going to start with 5 weight categories today. 3 women and 2 men. The women's weight categories are the under 48, under 52 and under 57 kilo categories, and the men's categories are the under 60 and under 66 kilo categories. We're going to take a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories and then come up with a little bit more information about the state of play with regard to Olympic qualification. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Galbadrak Otgunsetsig. She made the move from Mongolia to Kazakhstan and has made a steep climb up the world rankings. World rank number 4 now, but the number 1 seed here, Galbadrak Otgunsetsig of Kazakhstan. The number 2 seed is the Olympic bronze medalist from London, Chernovitsky Eva of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Dilara Lokmanahim of Turkey, and the number 4 seed is Tassiana Lima of Guinea-Bissau. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 52 kilo category. Number 1 seed is Erica Miranda of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Annabelle Urani of France. The number 3 seed is Ma Yingnan of China. And the number 4 seed is Marin Krea of Germany. In the under 57 kilo category, for the first time, the number 1 seed is Lian Chen Ling of Chinese Taipei. Hits the top spot for the first time. Number 2 seed is Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Rafaela Silva, fresh from her bronze medal win at the Pan American Championships recently. And the number 4 seed, Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain. Okay, that's a look at the women. Let's take a look at the men. We'll start with the under 60 kilo category. And the number 1 seed is Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. He faces a tough first round contest against the junior world champion Nagayama Riju. Just 20 years old, the junior world champion, and he comes up against the number 1 seed, Orkan Safarov. That's going to be a really top draw contest. The number 2 seed is Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia. Number 3 seed is Sharafuddin Lutfiliaev of Uzbekistan, and the number 4 seed is Dashtava Amatufshin of Mongolia. We've got 2 Mongolians there, seeded 2 and 4, and neither of them, oddly enough, despite the fact that they are very highly rated, neither of them are going to be going to London. The Mongolians in the lucky position of being able to choose yet another 60 kilo fighter, and that is Sendochir. He will go in instead. Okay, let's take a look then at the under 66 kilo category. Number 1 seed, Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. The number 2 seed, Colin Oates of Great Britain. The number 3 seed, fresh from his triumph at the European Championships in Kazan, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. And the number 4 seed, Golan Polak of Israel. We're going to start by taking a look at the contests on mat 3. That's the under 60 kilo category, and the opening contest is Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. He faces Pavel Petrikov of the Czech Republic. It'll be Shvidabadze in white, Petrikov in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action. Yeah, we feel slightly short-changed when we were in Kazan. We missed out on seeing a lot of the top-draw Russians. Shvidabadze is reasonably well placed, but the man to look out for is Beslan Mudranov, and we haven't seen him for a bit. But anyway, Shvidabadze should ensure that Petrikov gets a good run out here. Kosodogaki from Petrikov, just unsettling Shvidabadze for a moment as he felt the threat and then turned and fell onto his front and avoided giving up a score. A little bit of a dig there in Newaza, but nothing was forthcoming, so the referee called mate and stood them up. And as I mentioned, referees, throughout the 3 days that we're going to be here, you may notice that the referees on the mat are all from that top group. It's a small and select group of referees, and that small and select group are all here. Everyone who will be officiating in Rio is officiating here, so the fighters are ensured of the very highest quality. And Petrikov takes a bit of a whack to the face there. Slow him down for a bit. Just looking to go off to his left there, but Svidobadze felt that coming as well. Everyone expects that this is going to be a high-level competition, because we're only 3, including this one, there are 3 events left as far as the qualification period is concerned. So we're getting to that point where there's very little preparation time left before Rio, and we should be seeing the very best of the fighters here. Little tap that just opened Petrikov up there and brought him down onto his front. Two minutes gone, no score yet. This time Petrikov thought about going in for the Ojigari. That didn't come off. Good little battle here. I suspected that this would be tight. They've both come up with a few attacks, but no score yet. Just a single Shido against Svidobadze. That's changed the balance of the contest. The advantage with the Czech fighter at the moment. Now Svidobadze perhaps spurred on by seeing the advantage go against him, then comes up with a good score. So Wazari the lead now for Robert Svidobadze with a little under a minute and a half left to go. Opening contest in the under 60 kilo category. This is in Pool C, so the lower half of the draw. Just the one contest in this pool, and then we'll be into round 2. The winner of this will face An Jianqi of China in round 2. A little under a minute now left to go. Svidobadze looking to secure the Osai Komi here. And it is on. It's not the tightest. He's managed to trap the right leg of Petrikov here. And that's done. Yeah, it wasn't the tidiest of Osai Waza, but he managed to keep sufficient enough control. And Tachiwaza's score for Wazari was followed up on the ground. So Wazari Awazeti opponent Shridabadze it is, who will face An Jianqi of China in round 2. I beg your pardon, there is one more contest in Pool C. And that'll be Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. He faces Juho Heinval of Finland. Mackenzie in the white judogi, Reinval in blue. And then we'll have all of Pool D as well. There are a couple of contests there. 1, 2, 3. 3 contests in Pool D to come in the under 60 kilo category. There's a reasonable little crowd already in the venue at 10 past 10. We've only been going for 10 minutes. There's already a good crowd in for a Friday morning, if you think about it. And when this venue gets full up, it's one of the best. They staged the 2015 European Games here, the judo event of the European Games. It's terrific, absolutely terrific venue, and they've dressed this again really, really well. That was a 2-map venue the last time round. We've got 3 here. It's not at all a squeeze. There's plenty of room. It's nice and comfortable for the athletes, and a really, really good venue, this. Azeris have stepped it up over the last few years. The initial venue was okay. The second venue that we used was definitely improvement, but this is now ranks as one of the best venues on the circuit. I'm not sure if they're going to continue to use it. It may not be absolutely necessary during the non-qualification years, but it really is a good venue. Hedi Aliyev Arena. I think everything is called Hedi Aliyev here. Mackenzie leads by Yuko. 250 odd left to go. Another nice effort there from Mackenzie, catching Reinval, this time for Wazari. Puts a little bit of pressure on, but he was on the ground there, so it won't be a score. Couldn't quite get the feet going there, Reinval. Wanted to go over on the left side for a low Ippon Seonagi, but feet were a little bit late in getting there, and he actually didn't get all the way there, so... Oh, now Ippon as well. Yeah. Mackenzie looking sharp. Could be the very thing that he needs just to set him up there. Unattractive scoreboard for Ryan Valers. Mackenzie lights it up. Yuko Wazari and Ippon. Okay, Mackenzie it is who goes into round 2. He'll face home boy Vugar Shirinli. Shirinli not the top fighter in Azerbaijan. He trails not only Orkan Safarov but Ilgar Mushkiev as well, so maybe Mackenzie will feel at least he's had a little bit of luck in avoiding the top 2 Azeris. Having said that, Vugar Shirinli is going to prove a real handful. That's a good young fighter. On the mat now, however, we've got Carmine Di Loreto of Italy. He faces Sen Wins of Belgium. It's Di Loreto in the white judogi, Wins in blue. Nice entry from Di Loreto, but he couldn't finish off. Got himself into a nice start position, but the end didn't follow. Well, he did that time. Really got hold of Wins. Second time around. Planted him for Ippon there. Carmine Di Loreto. He goes through to round 2. He'll face the tough Uzbek fighter Sharafuddin Lutfilyaev. Lutfilyaev, the number 3 seed. Di Loreto has the pleasure of facing him in round 2. We've got coming up now then. Isa Majrashi of Saudi Arabia faces Adonis Diaz of the United States of America. A real promising talent, the young American Adonis Diaz. You're going to have a tough fight here though. Majrashi is not a pushover. Be a good fight, this one. Adonis with a newly acquired bleach blonde hairstyle. I don't think that brings anything to the party. Oh well, when you're young and you've got hair, I suppose you can do that sort of stuff. A hint of jealousy there on my part. Both fighters are shaping up tentatively with attacks, but neither coming up with anything really serious.
İkinci hamile, kadın arasında 52 kilogramda. Nöbeti görüşte. Erkekler, Angelika Delgado, Amerika Birleşmiş Devletleri. Bölgekler, Midi Kim, Korea.
Oh, I told you he was dangerous. And Adonis has been putting in a lot of work recently in some high quality places as well, so it doesn't surprise me that he can come up with a win like that. He's been shaping up with that for a while. It's a good win for the young American. That puts him into round 2. He faces Arif Bagirov of Belarus. Yeah, Adonis. He's got a reasonable draw, to be honest. Got to make the most of it here in that next contest with Bagirov. That really set him up nicely. Right, coming up next on mat 3, Elbrus Zamanov of Azerbaijan faces Artyom Arshansky of Israel. It's Zamanov in the white judogi and Arshansky in blue. Zamanov, the only one of the quartet in the under 60 kilo category, is sort of unknown. Yeah, well, the only thing I suppose that we can say is that he'll have been in good company in his preparation. Orkan Zafarov, Ilgar Mushkiev and Vugar Sharinli are the 3 Azeris who he'll have been able to work out with. That's a very good group. We're sharing mat number 3, by the way, with a pool of the under 66 kilo category, so that'll follow this contest. Zamanov picks up a second penalty, this time for passivity. Well, over goes Zamanov. As I said, he's not one of the top 60 kilo fighters, and he's come up against a very difficult opponent in Artyom Arshansky. A little over a minute and a half to go. Arshansky looking comfortable with the Wazari lead. It's the last of the contests in the under 60 kilo category. The winner of this will face Eric Takabatake of Brazil. Arshansky just giving Zamanov a little bit of a nudge there. Not standing up strongly enough, and picks up a third penalty. Bit of a struggle here for Zamanov. Inside the last minute, Wazari the lead for Arshansky. Yep. Couldn't keep the penalties down, unfortunately, for Zamanov, and 4 of them did for him in the end. Mind you, he did give up 2 scores as well. Right, let's take a look then at the first round in the under 66 kilo category. Denis Viru of Moldavia. He faces Imad Basu of Morocco. It's Viru in the white judogi, Basu in blue. Well, we've completed the first round in the under 60 kilo category. We've got that line up there. 32, in fact, there's that nice counter there. He's going to score Wazari for that. I was going to say, pretty much dumped him on his back there. They may have another look at that and decide whether that's going to be worth Ippon. Yeah. Yeah, well, looked like a pretty heavy landing, didn't it? Basu going over in the first 40 seconds. Dumped out the competition. Okay, We've got Adrian Gombots of Slovenia coming up next. He faces Kenneth van Gansbeker of Belgium. It's Gombots in the white judogi, van Gansbeker in blue.
Then on the 66 kilogram, in white from Slovenia, Adrian Gombot. In the blue from Belgium, Kenneth van Gansbeker.
He's really looking to break the grips up there, van Gansbeker, to be honest.
Attorney to the next contest is first round contest for men under 66 kilograms. Please welcome in white for Chile, Juan Perez, and in blue for France, Kylian Lemblou.
We're on mat 3. We started with the under 60 kilo category. We've got 3 or 4 contests here in this weight category, the under 66 kilo category. Then we'll have just one round of the under 48 kilo category before we go back to the 60. So that's the distribution for the weights here: 60, 66 and 48. Still that single Shido against van Gansbeker, giving the advantage to Gombots at the moment. A little over 2.5 minutes left to go. No score yet. And Gansbeker, despite the fact that he's at a disadvantage, having picked up that single Shido, he's not out of it yet. And we've still got half the contest to come. Ogiari right-sided from Gombots, and then the Temiwaza effort that puts Van Gansbeker in a bit of trouble here, having to defend on the ground. The Slovenian in a good position here now to work the turnover. Gombots with the lead here. Minute and 20 left to go. Just beginning to have a bit of distance between himself and the Belgian. With over a minute left to go. Yeah, he's had to tap out. Well, Van Gansbecker was half a minute away from losing out here. But he hung in there. It was a good effort from the Belgian. He trailed by Ayuko. Worked it well on the ground, did Van Gansbecker. And Gombos really disappointed with himself. So close there, the Slovenian, and then Van Gansbecker managing to trap him in with the shimiwaza there. Kenneth Van Gansbecker into round 2. Coming up next, Azamat Mukhanov of Kazakhstan faces Orkan Askaradze of Azerbaijan. Askarzadeh of Azerbaijan. It's Mukhanov in the white judogi, Askarzadeh in blue. Well, we've got 3 of the weights, 3 of the 5 weights that are on offer today. We've got pools of 3 of those 5 weights down on mat number 3. That's where we are at the moment. You at home can choose, as always, which of the weights you want to follow, or the pools. There is a lineup as well that you can find on judobase.org that gives you the mat division if you want. You can click on that. But if you like to stay with us, we're perfectly happy to drag you along to whichever of the mats we want to go to. But we're going to stick on mat number 3 for the time being. Oh, a nice piece of work there from Mukhanov as he catches Askarzadeh. Scoreboard operator not absolutely sure where that one's going to go, but well, I thought it was a good one. Not wrong with that. Good little score, that. Oh well. Decided against it. Never mind. I don't want to catch him with one hand. .220 odd left to go. Mukhanov looking the more likely to score, the more dangerous of the two. And in the end, he catches Ashkazadeh with the Kansetsu waza. So, Azamat Mukhanov of Kazakhstan goes through to round two. He will face the current European champion, Vazam Magvelashvili of Georgia, in round two. Right, that completes our interest in the under 66 kilo category for round one. Let's take a look then at, we've got a single contest in the under 48 kilo category. And that's let's have a look and see. Azamanitra Ratiarasan of Madagascar. She's up against Natalia Kondratieva of Russia. It's Ratiarasan in the white judogi, Kondratieva in blue. Kondratieva working away on the ground here. Can't quite make up her mind, but you know she does. Goes in for the arm lock and a nice finish from the tiny Russian. Wongo Chow, the Chinese referee, overseeing that one. Neat piece of work, didn't delay us long, did it? Inside the first minute. Kondratieva will face the Yaris Mestra Alvarez of Cuba in round two. Right, who have we got coming up next then? We finished that under 48 kilo category. We're back to round 2 now of the under 60 kilo category. We should have Damian Ziada of the Lebanon up against Ganbat Bolbatal. We've got Ganbat. He's standing on the left-hand side in a white judogi, waiting for Damian Ziada of Lebanon. If he's not coming, as you just let us know, we can get on with it. We did have the 30-second clock on. Oh, let's put it on again. Well, Ziada makes his way to the mat, but there are a few rather unhappy IGF officials around the judogi control area. We'll be asking the question why it is that he took so long to get here. I'll ask the same thing. Ganbat, anyway, gets to work now with a little Satemi Wazara effort. Not the strongest, I rather suspect that he wanted to engage Ziada on the ground. He missed, and the Lebanese was clever enough to avoid getting caught down there. Ziada picks up a Shido. 3.5 minutes left to go. Ganbat just beginning to change gear here and put a bit more pressure on Ziada. Doesn't look bothered, does he? Ganbat. Quick look at the clock. Single Shido against Ziada at the moment. A little over 2 minutes left to go. Ganbat thinking again about that Satemi was, and that didn't come off. The second penalty picked up by Ziada now. Third penalty picked up by Ziada now. Well, 3 penalties against Damian Ziada inside the last minute. It's going to prove tricky to come back from here. Stay with us. We'll bring you more action from the opening day of the Baku Grand Slam.
İkinci patakla 60 sırada
most attractive of contests, I'm afraid. 3 penalties picked up by An Jianqi of China. Mind you, Robert Shvidabadze has gone head-to-head with him, and he's picked up 3 penalties as well. We're in golden score. I think the Georgian referee may have seen enough here. Vladimir Nutsabidze has asked the fighters to tidy themselves up, normally a signal that they've made a decision about who's going to get done. And it's Shvidabadze. His heart was in his mouth there, as he wasn't sure whether Nutsabidze was giving him a penalty or affording him the contest. It was the latter. And Nutsabidze just getting the order wrong there. Penalty first, and then the awarding of the contest. Nervous times. I can see the refereeing commissioner with a wry smile on his face. Won't go down as a mistake, but he'll have a word with him. Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. He's got the wrong fighter there. Vincent Lemaire pointing out, hang on a minute, it's the wrong guy. What's going on over there? Honestly. Got the wrong fighter out on the mat. We've got the right 2 here, though. Kitadai in the white judogi, Lemaire in blue. Needed the coaches to sort that one out. Cagey start to this one. Kitadai and Lemaire. Kitadai picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. Limar's picked up a second penalty now. He joins Kitadai on 2. Could really do with a score this one, and chance to work on the arm here. But Limar is up to defending it. Good job there. This time it's Kitadai who gets lifted off the ground. Mind you, sorry, it was the first time round, wasn't it? It was Limar having to lift Kitadai off the tatami to block that attempted Kansetsu waza. Now the Frenchman picks up a third penalty. We've got a little over a minute left to go. We really need a score now. Does Limar? Odd seconds left to go. It's do or die here for Vincent Limar, I'm afraid. Last roll of the dice here. Kitadai just fighting him off. I wonder what they've seen here. I mean, it looked to me as though Kitadai was guilty of overly defensive posture in fighting Limar off. Limar was opening him up for an attack. No, they've let them continue. There's good pressure from the Frenchman there. And that was a reasonable effort from Kitadai there, to be honest. That blocks any real forward progress from Limar, and that is the end of it. Close, but not quite enough. And it is Felipe Kitadai of Brazil who goes in to round 3, knocking out the Frenchman Vincent Limar. Penalty-strewn contest, but was still interesting nonetheless. sometimes you can tell from the scoreboard with the penalties that, you know, it's been a bit of a bore, but not that one. That was pretty good. Enjoyed that. Right, now we spoke about this one, Vugar Sharinli and Ashley McKenzie. Well, here it is now. Round 2 in the under 60 kilo category. Sharinli of Azerbaijan in the white judogi, McKenzie of Great Britain in blue. Well, both fighters picking up penalties in fairly short time here.
The next contest, contest number 2, second round contest for men under 60 kilograms. In white for Slovenia, Matthias Fox. And in blue for Kazakhstan, Aybek Imashev.
Well, McKenzie picks up a third penalty, this time for a false attack, and we've only had 2 minutes. Still searching for a grip, tries to go right-sided there, and Sharinli almost countered, and McKenzie almost countered. Sharinli now picks up a second penalty. Has to be careful there. Shrinley's got the feel for that attack on the left-hand side. It's a low left-sided Seotoshi from Mackenzie. It's got that kind of shape to it, but Shrinley felt that coming and almost dragged Mackenzie down onto his right side. You have to be careful with that. Nice Uchimata effort there. Mackenzie did well to ride that and then block it. With over a minute left to go. The problem is that Shrinley has the advantage here, having only picked up 2 penalties, Mackenzie with 3. So vital that he comes up with a score here.
Next fight, category 3, under 60 kilos, second round. In the white from Uzbekistan, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev. And in the blue, Tulagi from Italy, Scarlett Maria Kilometer.
Mackenzie in the golden score able to come up with the Wazari. He left it a bit late, didn't he? We'll take it any way it comes. He's through to round 3. Mackenzie. He's going to face Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. On the mat now, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan faces Carmen Di Loreto of Italy. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi and Di Loreto in blue. Di Loreto just clearing something from his eye. I'm not sure if he's got a contact lens, but it looks as though he's got his back to us anyway, so I can't really see. But it looks as though he's dealing with some kind of contact lens issue. As soon as that's over, we'll be back underway. That looks done and dusted now. Okay, no score yet. 3:50 odd left to go. Left Digimata from Lutfilayev. A nice attack there, good shape to it. Now it's Di Loreto who picks up the penalty for passivity. Second penalty now picked up by Di Loreto, this time for wandering out of the area. Kuriashi Barre attempted by the Italian. Another beautiful left Uchimata effort there from Lutfilayev. Just couldn't finish off control of the top half of the body and turn with the hands. Di Loreto coming down for Yuko there. It was a really nice entry from Lutfilayev, really quick, nice footwork. Couldn't finish off the top half. He leads by Yuko with 2.5 minutes left to go. That was an untidy one. Having complimented Lutfilayev on a really beautiful entry last time round, he then throws in one that was less than attractive. Doesn't mind the result of that, however, as he kept up the rate of attacks, and that drew another penalty for Di Loreto. He's picked up a third Shido here. He's going to struggle to get to the end of this, to be honest, because Lutfilayev is relentless in his efforts. And Di Loreto just hasn't got an opportunity to settle. He'll pick up another penalty here. Chance for the attempted turnover. Lost that one. One more big attack here from Lutfilayev, and I think that'll be it for Di Loreto. He really hasn't come up with anything, to be honest. You know, if Lutfilayev is clever here, he'll just give him some more of the same. Wasn't the strongest of efforts, was it? That one. He's done more than enough here, hasn't he, Lutfilayev, to be honest. Really put the pressure on the whole time. Little over half a minute left to go. Di Loreto has picked up 3 penalties. Lutfilayev is penalty free, and he scored the single score in the contest at Yuko from the left Uchimata. Bent over double here, to be honest. He should pick up a penalty for that. Almost forcing Di Loreto down to have to deal with him. He's just avoiding to take a grip there. Almost got countered. That would have been disaster for Lutfilayev, to be honest. Well, Di Loreto in the end didn't have sufficient enough strength. So Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan goes through to round 3. Single Yuko good enough to put him into the next round. He'll face the winner of the upcoming contest, and that's between Arif Bagirov of Belarus. He faces Adonis Diaz of the United States of America. Stick around to see this one, because Diaz is just beginning to show some signs of potential here. Oh, nice effort from Bagirov. Catches Diaz well there. Okay, don't panic. There's 340 odd left to go. Just settle a little bit. Take your time. You got caught once. Okay, well that one was a little bit different. Massive Ojigari from Bagirov brings Diaz crashing down there. Couldn't get off that one, I'm afraid. And Diaz is young enough to get over that. That's no big deal. The learning process continues there. Right, coming on to the mat now, Eric Takabatake of Brazil faces Artyom Arshansky of Israel. Takabatake in the white judogi, Arshansky in blue.
Stopperige LG csapatnak az sikerülnek túlsúlyosítani. Átkérdezett a prezidentus Camilana. Üzenegedi Görbülge, Pécsketenessi, észrehelye.
That's the next contest is second round contest for men under 60 kilograms. Second round contest for men under 60 kilograms. In white for Uzbekistan, Baku, and in blue for Bulgaria, Yanislav Ivchev. Next fight at 73, second round, man under 60 kilo. In the white judo from Canada, Sergio Pessoa. And in the blue from Turkey, Ahmet Saikaba. Next fight, 173. Second round, under 66 kilo man. In white from Great Britain, Colin Oates. And in blue, from Moldova, Dennis Yeru.
Biggest fight and each one of the after the otherwise also fight guy. Better be.
Coming on to map 3 now in the under 66 kilo category, Colin Oates of Great Britain faces Denis Viru of Moldavia. This is in round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. Colin Oates came in here this morning as the number 2 seed. He had a first round bye, and his opponent, Denis Viru of Moldavia, defeated Imad Basu of Morocco. Well, he catches Oates there. Caught him cold. Did Viru. Viru's going to move with a bit of purpose now. He fancies himself in this one. Early days yet, pal. Oates wasn't finished yet. Attempting that. Gansetsu was he? Was he? Kept that going all the way to the top. All problems here now for Viru. Not only has he got to deal with the possibility of the shimiwaza, but it's fancied his chances with some kind of osai-waza. Bit of pressure now for the young Moldavian as he tries to handle Colin Oates. Nice little battle here. Oh, it goes over again. Well, well, well. Right-sided Toshi, low and strong. And he catches Oates for a second time. No, real disappointment for the British fighter. Came in here, as I say, as a number 2 seed. Just looks a little bit flat there. Okay, maybe you get caught once. Can always happen, but I'm surprised that he managed to catch him a second time. And maybe we can talk to Colin and find out if there's something that was ailing him. Could very well be. Anyway, I'm very happy Denis Viru of Moldavia is into round 3 of the Baku Grand Slam. Coming up next then, Tal Flicker of Israel faces Pavel Zagrodnik of Poland. It's Flicker in the white judogi, Zagrodnik in blue. What have we got coming up shortly here? Van Gansbecker and Famil Mamadzada of Azerbaijan. Then it'll be Vaza Margvelashvili to face Azamat Lukhanov. Good looking contest, that one. Just a little tap with the left foot there. And the second one almost unsettling Zagrodnik. You need a little bit more than that though. Now Flicker does come up with a score. So Yuko the lead then for Tal Flicker over Pavel Zagrodnik. It's for a place in round 3 of the under 66 kilo category.
Second round for women under 52 kilograms. The time is 1. Please welcome in white for Italy, Odette Gifrida. And in blue for Korea, Kim Lee.
Flicker felt that effort coming from Zagrodnik and was able to block it. Zagrodnik then tried to follow up, but same result. Flicker, however, on the defensive does now pick up a penalty. So inside the last minute, Flicker leading by Yuko, but he's picked up that single Shido. It's not going to make a great deal of difference now that Zagrodnik has picked up that Shido himself. Yuko now could only tie the scores.
Second round for men under 66 kilograms. The time is 2. In white, Russia.
Well, he couldn't manage it, Pavel Zagrodnik, and it's Tal Flicker who goes into round 3. So we'll look to see. It's Flicker who will face Viru, by the way. Denis Viru of Moldavia was who defeated Colin Oates, the number 2 seed here. Flicker, I think, will go into that contest as favourite. Just to let you know that on mat number 2, if you want to go and click on there, you can see Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. He faces Jasper Lefebvre. Oh, can we go there as well then? Okay, let's go to mat 2 ourselves. We'll go to mat 2. For the first time today, we'll see the contest between Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia in the white judogi, Jasper Lefebvre of Belgium in blue. There is Pulyaev getting to work on Lefebvre nice and early. Just give you a quick rundown of what's happening on the other mats. Nathan Katz of Australia faces Ayreza Khojasti of Iran. That's on mat 3 in the under 66 kilo category. We've got Pulyaev and Lefebvre here. We're watching that one. Pulyaev gets on the board now. Let's put hip on, but I think she signalled Wazari if I'm not mistaken. Well, she has now. And then on mat number 1, Odette Giuffrida of Italy faces Kim Mi-ri of South Korea down on mat number 1. That's in the under 52 kilo category. Pulyaev leads by Wazari with 3:20 odd left to go. Pulyaev's lucky to escape not being penalised there. Hold on to that one side for quite some time without attacking. Avoided the referee's gaze there. Not quite up to picking up a score. Little over a minute and a half left to go. Pulyaev still leading by Wazari. Lefebvre has picked up the 2 penalties. That was a beautiful finish. Absolutely beautiful finish. Left-sided Seotoshi from Mikhail Pulyaev, putting out Jasper Lefebvre. So the number 1 seed through to round 3. Sure. Oh, classic, really was. Beautiful execution here. No doubt about that one. Coming onto the mat in the under 66 kilo category, Chen Chia-hyung of Chinese Taipei. He faces Alexander Talashinsky of Azerbaijan. It's Chen in the white judogi, Talashinsky in blue.
Next fight on number 3. Then under 66 kilos, second round. In the white and Georgia, Baku. And in the blue, from Kazakhstan, Asaman Romanov. Next fight, number 3. 66 kilogram, second round. In the white belt, Algeria, Tsunami. And in the blue, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Sulaiman Hamad.
Tricky little situation there for the referee. He gave Ippon, it looked pretty good to me, but his colleagues decided it was Ari, and as he was signalling Ippon, Talashinsky was on his way up, and then he had to change it to Wazari. Then Talashinsky had to try and re-secure the Osaikomi that he'd put on. It's never an easy one, that one. You know, the change from a greater score to the lesser one when an Osaikomi is involved. Anyway, Talashinsky leads with a little over a minute left to go. He almost gets caught there. we got coming up? Mark Pickering was pointing out that Nagayama and Garrigos. When's that coming up then? A few fights time on map 3. We'll make sure we're there for that one. Talashinsky of Azerbaijan, it is who wins out over Chen Xia-hong of Chinese Taipei, despite the fact that he had that score cancelled. Talashinsky will face Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia in round 3. Well, Roderick Kuku has quite a battle on his hands here. A man from the Democratic Republic of Congo in the white judogi faces Elio Verde of Italy. Verde is on a bit of his own head-to-head going on with Fabio Basile. The two Italians both chasing qualification. Basile will later on, down on map 3 I think it is, face Sergio Olienic of Portugal. We may go down there to see that one when it comes up. It's Verde who picks up a penalty for passivity. Cook has also picked up a penalty now Kuku not doing himself any favours here. He's picked up a second penalty. Problems for the man from the Congo. Now, I mentioned earlier on that we would we would see Sergio Olienic and Fabio Basile. They're about to take their places on mat number 3. Let's go down to mat number 3 and have a look at Sergio Olienic in the white judogi and Fabio Basile in blue. Round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. Got some heavy strapping on his right foot, has Basile. Let's hope for his sake that that's not going to detract from his performance or the possibility of a performance. He needs some extra points here, just to keep himself ahead of Elio Verde. He goes left-sided there, just misses out. Tough contest in store here for him against Olienic. And Verde has just defeated Roderick Kuku on mat 2. I suppose you can see that out of the corner of his eye. Maybe that will spur him on. Single Shido against Basile at the moment. And in case you're interested, in the under 57 kilo category, down on mat number 1, Lian Chen Ling, the number 1 seed, is about to take to the mat her contest against Jauno Ecosian of Spain. We're going to stay here on mat 3 in the under 66 kilo category. Almost. Half the contest gone. He's got nice throwing skills, has Basile. We're going to need to dig deep here. He picks up a second penalty. Untidy effort there from Basile. Needs to just tighten up a little bit here. He's still got 2 minutes to go. 2 penalties against him at the moment. not out of it. Beginning to look a little bit desperate, however. I wonder if they're having a look at that incident with the leg grab. I think they are, you know. Because when Basile attacked, there was a moment when Oljenic was all over him. I suspect that he thought that he could do that because they were on the ground, but Basile hadn't finished attacking, and it's possible that they're going to review that as a hand sokemake. Could we? Be a bit harsh. No, they've decided against it. It was well worth having a look at, though. I don't think the Moor did have a look. The referee and commissioner, but they decided against it. 2 penalties against Basile. He could have done without that break, to be honest. Oljenic needed a little bit of a breather, and he got it there. Here comes Basile again. There's nothing backward about him. Everything now dedicated to attack. Oh, that's a drop. Sorry. A little over a minute. Here comes Basile again. Single score would win it for him. Misses with the Ojigari. Well, he just hasn't been able to threaten Oljenic enough. Fabio Basile. He's never looked really dangerous. Put in a couple of attacks, but Oljenic has dealt with them reasonably well. I think that's maybe a sign of what Basile needed to do, to come up with different directions. It's all been one direction for Oljenic to deal with, and he hasn't had to readjust. So, single direction attacks from Basile, and Oljenic has managed to block each and every one of them. So bye in the first round for Basile, and then up against Oljenic, and that proved a little bit too much for the Italian. There you go, Yuko as well, right at the death with 5 seconds left to go. Super. That's what you wanted. Right at the death, and he fought him right to the end as well, just as I was wrapping it up in favour of Oljenic. Basile comes up with the score. Well, oh dear, I was almost writing his name in. Oljenic. I thought that one was done and dusted. He comes right at the end to take the score from him. Can you believe it? Nuno Delgado, the Portuguese coach, he can't. Nor can Fabio Basile. Well, that just goes to show you fight right to the end. And Basile did. Absolutely super effort. Right, coming up now on mat number 3. Sinan Sandal of Turkey faces Dmitry Minkov of Belarus. It's Sandal in the white judogi, Minkov in blue.
команда Judo Южда. Возглавляет Африка Талантово. Заранее Кузьминка, большой Максим Александр Бета.
Nice left-sided effort from Shandel there, just misses out, blocked by Minkov, who felt the attack coming. Couldn't get off that though. Minkov catches Shandel and applied the osaikomi momentarily before the Turkish fighter managed to escape. Minute and a half left to go. Shandel's still trying to work out how to deal with Dmitry Minkov. Trails by Wazari here. It's not really efforts from Shandel. He's just shaping. That's a better effort there, the Sumigaeshi, but that didn't come off. Half a minute left to go. Dmitry Minkov of Belarus still leading here. Shandel's picked up that single Shido. That's not going to be an issue at the moment. It's the score that Sandor needs, and he gets absolutely clattered there. Beautiful. Left-sided low Ippon Seanagi. And brings Sandor crashing down. Super finish from the Belarusian there. And it'll be Dmitry Minkov of Belarus to face Fabio Basile. There you go. Beautiful execution. It just gives him a little bit of a foot tap to set it up there with the right foot, and then low and underneath comes in very quickly. Bang. No doubt about that one. poor Shandel got really done up there. Right, we've got the under 48 kilo category, round 2. Now, we haven't seen much of that, have we, today? Just before we get underway with Chernovitsky in the white judogi and Minska in blue, we'll just tell you that down on mat number 3 in the mat number 1 in the under 57 kilo category, Nakota Smith-Davis of Great Britain faces Aleta Podolak of Poland. Mat number 2 in the under 66 kilo category, round 2, Talan Karimov of Azerbaijan is up against Alexander Beta of Poland. Karimov leads there by Yuko with 40 odd seconds left to go. And here we're just getting underway with Chernovitsky in the white judogi and Minska in blue.
İkinci kazandı. Avcı'nda Azerbaycan Yoksullar'dan Kerkov kazandı.
It's a bad little effort from Minska, just trying to unsettle Chernovitsky there. And a bit too far away there, Minska, with that effort. Both fighters have been penalised just once here.
Aziz dostlar, değerli olanlar, hürmetli arkadaşlar, Ödenemin Atlas'tan sonra Judo'da bölümler türünün tekrar açılış merasimi bugün saat 16'da geçilecek. Sizleri Maraton'da tekrar atışlarını izlemeye geldik. Aynı zamanda ilk yarış günü final görüşleri saat 17'den itibaren başlayacak.
Second round moving under 66 kilograms, the number 2. In white for Georgia, Elmar Kalikashvili. And in blue for Kazakhstan, Judo.
Decided not to go through with that big hip technique. Chernovitsky got herself into a reasonable position. Turn the hips and began to shape in a dangerous fashion, but decided against it. And bailed out in the end. And a third penalty picked up by Minska, not doing herself any favours here. Well, Novominska of Israel made Chernovitsky work very hard for that win. Nonetheless, the Hungarian it is who wins out there and takes her place in the quarterfinal. Chernovitsky-Eva. Coming up next, the Yaris Mestra Alvarez of Cuba faces Natalia Kondratieva of Russia. It's Mestra Alvarez in the white judogi, Kondratieva in blue. Chance to work on the arm now for Kondratieva. Single Shido picked up by the Russian. 2:20 odd left to go. Second penalty picked up by Kondratieva. Inside the last minute, 2 penalties against the Russian fighter Kondratieva as she tries to chase down Mestre Alvarez, looking for a score. Close, tight battle here between this pair. Well, Mestre Alvarez picks up her first penalty, but Kondratieva not really on the ball here. She picked up a third. Third penalty, unfortunately for Kondratieva, is going to prove too much. And it's Mestre Alvarez, the Cuban, who goes through to the quarterfinal. She'll face Chernevitsky-Eva in the third of the quarterfinals. Coming up next, Dilara Lokmanahim of Turkey faces Shafag Mamadova of Azerbaijan. It's Lokmanahim in the white judogi, Mamadova in blue. On mat 3 now in the under 48 kilo category, Marina Cherniak of Ukraine faces Letizia Payet of France. Desperate for some points here. Letizia Payet could really do with winning this one. Mind you, Cherniak's in the same boat. Yeah, Payet and Cherniak both collecting penalties there. Well, Payet picks up a second penalty. Could have done without that. That one for a false attack. Oh, super score there. Letizia Payet. And now the Osai Komi getting stronger all the time. She tightens up with the left arm around the head. Nice control in the end from Letizia Payet. She just pushes into the top half of the body and takes that. Oh. She needed that one. I mentioned the two Mongolians this morning. This is one of them, Ganbat Bolbatar, the second of the Mongolians. Dashdava Amatuvshin. He faces Ludovic Chamatan of Switzerland. Let's deal with Ganbat first of all. See how he gets on. Ganbat leads by Wazari. Shvidabadze with a bit of work to do. Mind you, he's still got some time. That's the only thing that he's got on in his favour at the moment. Ganbat managed to pick up a few Shidos in his opening contest as well, but found his way into the next round. Shvidabadze, I would have expected to have given Ganbat a little bit more of a problem. I haven't seen Shvidabadze for a while, so I'm not sure exactly what he's been up to. Anyway, as time ticks away, Ganbat continues to lead. Ganbat, a single score, Wazari doing enough to make his way past Shvidabadze. That's in the under 60 kilo category. We'll see Ganbat in the quarter-final. Mongolian putting out the Russian Robert Shvidabadze. Dennis van der Geest is the stadium announcer at the moment. We had the pleasure of a brief chat with Mr. van der Geest earlier on. We may have him up here later on. Well, I think Mackenzie may have a claim here for a score. We're going to have a look. Mackenzie's on the board. He's having quite a day. Well, he scored early, inside the first half minute. The key here, two things. One, avoid getting caught. The second thing is, don't rack up the penalties. So, we've got 4.5 minutes to see whether Mackenzie can bring it home now. There's another good effort. Blocked by Kitadai. He's going to have to rough him up a little bit, is Mackenzie. And goes again. Well, Mackenzie's still leading by Wazarian. I just, hopefully, you've got the picture. Could be that just my screen's gone blank, but if yours, as there it is, appears to have it back, you're just not with it. There you go. Right, half the contest's gone. Mackenzie still leading by Wazari. And the good thing for Mackenzie is that he hasn't picked up a penalty. That was one of the things that I said he needed to avoid. The other was getting scored on. Oh, he just squeezes out a Yuko there. Now's the time to really dig deep for Mackenzie. He gave up that Yuko with a low Marote Seonage from Kitadai on the right side. Big attack here would stave off the impending passivity penalty. Probably got out of it there. There's another effort there from Kitadai, which Mackenzie blocks. He has a quick look at the clock and now engages on the ground. He traps the legs in and puts in a bit of an effort to use up some of the clock. But it's Mackenzie who catches the oncoming Kitadai. Oh, that was the third part of the equation, which is just throw him and end it all. Which Mackenzie did. He's having a good day, Mackenzie. He wins out there over the Olympic bronze medalist from London in 2012. Taking that contest and going into the quarter-final now, where he will face Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia. Right, who have we got coming up next? Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan faces Arif Bagirov of Belarus. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Bagirov in blue.
The next contest of the number 2 is third round contest for weight under 60 kg. In white from Japan, Nakayama Uchu. In blue from Spain, Francisco Carlos.
Right. We're going to go down to mat 2. We're going to pick up the contest between Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. He faces Francisco Garrigos of Spain. Both of these fighters have been junior world champions. Nagayama knocked out the number 1 seed this morning, Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. That put a bit of a damper on the morning for the Azeris. Single Shido picked up by Garrigos for breaking off that grip. Yes, good score from Garrigos. Puts Yuko on the board with that Yoko Sutemi waza. Nagayama not able to get off that. Traps the leg, however, and there's no Osaikomi forthcoming. So a good score from Garrigos. Thought about the Yoko Sutemi waza again. This time Nagayama was up to defending it. Garrigos has a look over at his coach for a bit of inspiration. Managed to block that one. Still the single Yuko, the lead for Garrigos. Wasn't the strongest of efforts from Nagayama there, and it didn't threaten Garrigos at all. Needs to come up with something a little bit special here. Minute and a half left to go. Again, the Yoko Sutemi waza. Didn't quite come up with the score there. Spanish coach was off his chair, out of his chair. Well, Nagayama, as I said earlier, has got to come up with something a bit special here to take this one. Forty-odd seconds left to go. And then he does, with 20 seconds left to go. Well, Garrigos must have thought that he'd taken that. He'll take a penalty here for a drop. Well, he should anyway. He really dug deep there. Just when it looked as though it was getting away from him. Nagayama Ryuju overcomes Francisco Garrigos of Spain. A couple of fighters there showing take it right to the end. Basile we saw a little bit earlier on, and Nagayama. It ain't over until it's over. Ashley Mackenzie as well, he dug deep, didn't he? To take one late on. Nagayama Ryuju goes into the quarter-final. Well, there'll be a big cheer in the crowd now, because coming on to mat 2, Ilgar Mushkiev of Azerbaijan faces Matias Turbots of Slovenia. It's Mushkiev in the white judogi, Turbots in blue. Oh, and Mushiev throws for Ippon. There's a quick little tug at his left breast there, just to find the flag. That piece of ashiwaza there. Whoa, yeah. Caught him cold. Okuriashi Barai. Turboats will look to complain that it wasn't Ippon. The only reason that he's going to say it wasn't Ippon is not a valid one, is that he turned off his back. That's not part of it. You're on your back there, and then you turn off it. That's not Ippon. I mean, that's not cancelling the Ippon. That's Ippon. He threw him beautifully. He landed flat on his back, and whether he turns off later on or not, that's not part of it. It's too late. Nice score. Dashtava Amatuvshin of Mongolia now faces Ludovic Shamata of Switzerland. It's Dashtava in the white judogi, Shamata in blue.
That's how we want the winner in blue for Italy, Untitled Chapter. Untitled Chapter will be in the semi-final for women under 50 kilograms. The next quarter-final for women under 50 kilograms, the number one. Please welcome in line for France, Annabelle Delany, and the blue for Israel, Yuri, go ahead.
Two penalties picked up by Shamatan here as Dashtava attacks right-sided. Sumigeshi from Dashtava, but Shamatin is moving off to his left anyway to avoid that, so doesn't get caught up. Three penalties picked up by Ludovic Chamatin. I'm not going to say anything too early here. We've seen a few people come back in the last few seconds, but Dashtava appears to have this one in the bag. You'll take a dive here and pick up a penalty, but a little bit of a a feint there from Chamatin at the end, but he wasn't going to waste his time running over there. It was done and dusted. Dashtava Amatufshin of Mongolia makes his way into the second of the quarterfinals. Right, who have we got coming up next then? The Yorbek Urazboyev of Uzbekistan faces Yu Qinting of Hong Kong. It's Urazboyev in the white judogi, Yu in blue. You almost got himself into a nice position there.
That's how we won. The winner in blue,
Well, Rozboyev has a little bit of a jump and a skip as he defeats Yu Kin-ting, throwing the man from Hong Kong for Ippon. Nice finish there as well.
Next fight on WWE, third round, man under 66 kilograms. In the white, Nathan Katz from Australia. And in the blue from Belgium, Kenneth van Gansbeek.
Right, we got round 3 of the under 66 kilo category beginning on mat 2 now. Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. Yeah, Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia faces Iskander Talashinsky of Azerbaijan. It's Pulyaev in the white judogi, Talashinsky in blue. Oh, Pulyaev gets into a good position there and just loses contact with the right hand. That had Talashinsky up and in the air. Spectacular for a moment. There he goes again. Just the left foot was a little bit, well, not lazy, but it was slow in getting there. There he goes again. Almost countered there. Just a single Shido against Talashinsky at the moment.
The champion won, the winner in white for People's Republic of China, Ma Yingan. Judo for People's Republic of China will be the semi-final for women under 52 kilograms. The champion won, time for the next quarterfinal for women under 57 kilograms. Please welcome in white for Chinese Taipei, Yin Shenyi, and blue for People's Republic of China, Wu Zhuan.
We've got the under 57 kilo category quarterfinals starting down on mat number 3 now. No, sorry, mat number 1. Pulyaev and Talashinsky battling it out here. Pulyaev almost coming up with the score, but Talashinsky coming down on his front. Pulyaev picked up the penalty there, but it's a little bit too late now. Pulyaev squeezing past Talashinsky. There was a good effort from the Azeri. Took Pulyaev right to the end. Now it's the Russian who makes his way into the first of the quarterfinals. Speaking of quarterfinals, we may want to go down to take a look at the quarterfinals in the under 57 kilo category. They're taking place on map 1. Let's go down to map 1. We'll join the action between Lian Chenling of Chinese Taipei and the white judogi. She faces Lo Tongzhen of China. It's Lian in the white and Lo in blue as she gets wrapped up. The latter gets wrapped up in that Sangaku Gatami. It's not the strongest, and Lo has been able to trap the leg. And the Tokita is called. Well, leg comes free and she's back in there, but she's escaped the top half now. That is definitely broken. And she's struggling again. She's got the body wrapped up. It can't be. You know, gotta be. There's no commy there, I'm afraid. Call a mate. Best thing to call a mate there. Nice effort there from Low. Put some pressure on Lian. And now Low coming up with the score. That's a good one. She leads now by Yuko with a little over half a minute left to go. Seconds left to go. Number 1 seed in problems, in difficulties against the Chinese Lo Tongjian. Lo just got to stay on her feet now. Can afford to take a drop here. Has a look at the clock here. That's enough.
Next round, number 23, the third round, under 66 kilograms. In the white, for Italy, Fabio Vasili. And in the blue, from Belarusia, Dmitry Viku.
So, Lo Tongjian of China, it is, who wins out there. Coming up next, Nakoda Davis of Great Britain faces Sabrina Filzmerzer of Austria. It's Davis in the white judogi, Filzmerzer in blue. Filzmerzer, where she likes to do most of her work there in Newaza. Strong Newaza skills, well known for that. Davis able to avoid getting caught on the ground, however. Davis picked up a single Shido. Plenty of time left. Good strong effort, needed to finish with the right shoulder, but it came a bit late. The thought process there came a little bit late. First attack was nice and strong, and then there's another Ojigari, and I think that's the right idea. Combinations. Almost with the Ashiwaza there. It was nice thinking from Davis. Well, I think she may be right here. She was signalling earlier on that Filzmerzer was passive. She may be right here. Filzmerzer escapes. Another cycle of attacks here is what's needed if there's the power left. It's always the question. Got to go, once that arm goes over, put the attack in right away. Ojigari. Thought about changing direction for the Uchimata. Got to stay off that hip if you can. Ojigari, and down goes Filzmerzer. Persisted there with that effort. No, I don't think that's right. Oh, it's a bit better. Went on to Zabzi's score first of all. I don't see what Marko Špitka's complaining about. You know, it's a close thing. It's a good score. Yeah, it is close. You can shake your head. There's no problem with that. Yes, it was close. But the, gesticulating and the pointing and all sorts of stuff, no. Now they're having a look at it. And dignifying his complaints with a review. Yeah, it's good. It was close. But it's a good score. Right. And now instead of claiming the score for his own fighter, now he just wants it waved away. It doesn't help because the fighter now stays there because the coach is complaining. Most unhelpful. And we've got the other fighters waiting to get on with it. Right, the next of the quarterfinals. Team Nelson Levy of Israel faces Miriam Roper of Germany. It's Nelson Levy in the white judogi, Roper in blue. Gonna have to look out for that early, powerful Kosodagaki effort from Roper, and living dangerously. Didn't have the top half wrapped up for the Osaikomi. Yeah, power game came, didn't it? Not enough time to settle and get defensive to keep Roper away and off from Nelson Levy. She gave up the Yuko there. So Roper, having gone down by Yuko, very quickly comes back in. to take it. Well, to take the lead anyway. Was there a third Israeli coach there then? There was, wasn't there? Yes, there was. Ido Bar. He was in the chair then. Miriam Roper taking it. A characteristically strong performance. Right, who have we got coming up now? Rafaela Silva of Brazil faces Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. Silva in the white judogi, Yoshida in blue. Yoshida has picked up the single penalty. Our second penalty picked up by Yoshida. Slightly untidy effort from the Japanese at the moment. Mind you, they can from time to time appear passive. The tempo is a little bit slower than they may be accustomed to here. She may be looking at a third if she doesn't come up with a good series of attacks here. Hanging on to that one side. Silva loses her arm here. Oh no! That was amateur. Really was. At this level. Don't expect that. Just left her arm absolutely hanging out there. in some degree of discomfort. Okay, let's move from mat number 1 then. We're going to go down to, let's see where we're going to get the quarterfinals next. Well, they're coming up on both actually. We'll go to mat 2. And we'll see the contest between Sugoi Uriarte of Spain. He faces Geller Kelikhashvili of Georgia. It's Uriarte in the white judogi, Kelikhashvili in blue. There's no score yet. 3:50 odd left to go. Kelikhashvili has picked up a single Shido. It's the state of things at the moment. Beautiful turnover from Uriarte. And Kelikhashvili absolutely wrapped up there. He's not moving from there. Great piece of work from Uriarte. All that Kelikhashvili is to wait, can do is to wait for the time to run out. Right, we've got quarterfinal in the under 48 kilo category now. Galbadrak Odgansetsig of Kazakhstan faces Shiro Rishoni of Israel. It'll be Galbadrak in the white judogi and Rishoni in blue. Badrak working away already. He's going to try and trap that shoulder, but Rishoni defends strongly. Looking for the Sangaku turnover. And a good defense from the Israeli there, Shiro Rishoni. Galbadrak, nice and busy. Keeping Rishoni pinned over in that near right corner. Nicely balanced contest here. A little under 2 minutes left to go. No score yet. Both fighters keen. Almost up onto the hip there, and the turn was a little bit premature. She hadn't actually got Rishoni under control yet, and she was already turning. Almost ended up getting caught herself. Shoney it is who's picked up that single Shido. Nice effort there from Rishoni. Couldn't come up with a score, however.
The WTO is the winner in white for Kazakhstan, Otkonsese Kaltara. Otkonsese Kaltara will be the semi-final for women under 48 kilograms.
Galbadrak it is who makes her way into the first of the semi-finals.
For women under 48 kilograms, in white for Guinea-Bissau, Tatiana Lima, and in blue for Spain, Julia Figueroa.
Tatiana Lima of Guinea-Bissau faces Julia Figueroa of Spain now. Lima in the white judogi, Figueroa in blue.
Next fight on W3, quarterfinal under 60 kilo, in the white from Uzbekistan, Sherabud Yusufzadeh, and in the blue for Brazil, Takabatake.
whilst this quarter-final is going on, we've got another quarter-final taking place down on mat number 3. That's in the under 60 kilo category. Sharafuddin Lutfalayev of Uzbekistan faces Eric Takabatake of Brazil. You can go down there on mat number 3 and see that one if you like. And the Osaikomi is on. Figaro in control of Tatiana Lima. Looking good for the Spanish fighter here. So, Julia Figueroa of Spain it is who wins out there over Tatiana Lima. It'll be Figueroa to face Galbadrak in the first of the semi-finals.
Judo Spain will be in the semi-final for women under 48 kilograms. The time for the quarter-final for men under 60 kilograms.
Alkışlarla ikinci numarada Nagayama başlıyor. Afrika, Yapon Rusu, Zirju Nagayama. Devam ediyor. Türkiye'de Azerbaycan Rusu.
Well, this should get the crowd going here. Nagayama Ryuju of Japan faces Ilgar Mushkiev of Azerbaijan. It's Nagayama in the white judogi, Mushkiev in blue. Immediately into that Yoko Satemiwaza effort. A slip, and he gets caught, and Nagayama is already 6 or 7 seconds into the Osaikomi. And he managed to squeeze out of it, did Mushkiev. Kind of tried to ambush Nagayama, did Mushkiev there. Yuko scored early on then by Nagayama. Feeling a little bit of the squeeze there is Mushkiev. Yeah, Mushkiev definitely in some discomfort there. He's going to give it another go, however. And that Yuko that Nagayama was given for the Osaikomi, I've decided wasn't quite long enough. I thought it was only 7 or 8 seconds. Anyway, that was off the board, and now Nagayama picks up Ashido. But Mushkiev is in serious discomfort, and he gets caught by Nagayama. And now he's going to need some assistance off the tatami, I think. Nope. He manages to get up, and at least he's going to leave under his own steam here. Nagayama Ryuju of Japan makes his way into the first of the semi-finals. And down on mat number 3, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan overcame Eric Takabataki to win his quarter-final. Yeah. He was injured before he went down there. It's just exacerbated the problem. That's a little bit of a Kosodagari. Down he goes. On the mat now, Dashtava Amatushin of Mongolia faces Diobek Urizboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Dashtava in the white judogi, Urizboyev in blue. We'll stay on mat number 2 because we're going to see Mikhail Pulyaev and Elio Verde coming up shortly. After that we'll have Talan Karimov and Sugoi Uriati. This Boyev looking dangerous there. Great matchup between the Mongolian and Uzbek here. 10 after 2 in the afternoon. I don't think there's a great deal more after this. We may be 2:45, I suppose. Few repechage contests to come, a couple of semi-finals as well. Maybe a little bit longer. We'll see. Single Judo picked up by Urezboyev at the moment. And Wazari on the board for Dashtava as Urezboyev comes down. Well, right at the end, he went over there. Dashtava getting past Urezboyev. We can stay here to see the contest between Mikhail Polyaev and Elio Verdi. It'll be Polyaev in the white judogi, Verdi in blue.
The winner in white for Israel, Gil Cohen will be in the final for moving up to 50 kilograms. Tatami 1. Time for the position contest for women under 57 kilograms. In white for Chinese Taipei.
No score yet. Elio Verdi has picked up 2 penalties in his contest with Mikhail Polyaev.
Winner 73 for Belgium, Kenneth Kovacsmaker. You will be in the semi-final for men under 66 kilograms.
Well, there's another semi-final about to... No, but another quarter-final about to get underway in the under 66 kilo category. That is Azamat Mukhanov of Kazakhstan. He faces Verdi's teammate, Fabio Basile. Both of these fighters are keen to score points. And looks as though this one's going to go right down to the wire between Basile and Verdi. Well, now Polyaev catches Verdi a second time, this time for Wazari. And Verdi picking up the penalty. Well, that was enough to put the Italian out, or at least into the repechage contest. Anyway, we'll see him again, but it'll be Mikhail Polyaev who we'll see in the semi-final. Right, coming up next, the quarter-final in the under 66 kilo category. Thailand Karimov of Azerbaijan faces Sugoi Uriati of Spain. It'll be Karimov in the white judogi, Uriati in blue. And Karimov not entirely happy with that situation. Well, for those of you who had concerns about Rafaela Silva, she damaged her arm earlier on, but with Yoshida Tsukasa, but it can't be that bad because she's back out. Walking in the background, just taking her place on the left-hand side of your screen there. She's coming on to Map 1 if you want to watch that repechage contest. She's up against Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. Karimov picks up a second penalty. Problems for the Azeri here in his quarter-final with Sugoi Uriarty. I said we may wrap things up by 2:45. It's 2:25 here. We could do that. Have a bit of a break. 5 o'clock is the scheduled start time for the final block. Just putting a little bit of pressure on Uriarty there. There's no control there, so there won't be a score. That was a crowd score, that one. 2 penalties against Karimov. Needs to just step it up a little bit here. There won't be a score there either. Well, he's certainly putting on a lot of pressure now, giving himself every chance of coming up with a score. Uriarty living dangerously here. Needs to attack quickly once he's got that grip on that side, and he's going to get penalised here. Oh, and it's Uriarty who got penalised for tucking underneath. Half a minute left to go. The only problem is that Karimov hasn't got a great deal of energy left. Yeah, could go here. And he does. Yeah, needs to stand up a little bit stronger than that. And it's this time Karimov has gone over on that side. Just a single Shido. I didn't see them cancel it, but they haven't put it on anyway. Uriarte of Spain it is who wins and goes into the semi-finals of the under 66 kilo category. He'll face Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. Right, let's go down to mat number 1. We've got a semi-final coming up between Miriam Roper of Germany. She faces Yoshida Tsukasa of Germany. It's Roper in the white judogi, Yoshida in blue. Second of the semi-finals in the under 57 kilo category. It was Lo Tongjen and Nakoda Davis. That's a nice Uchimata there. Wazari would go on the board for that one. Roper couldn't get off that. Nice entry there from Yoshida, and she stayed with it. She's trying to trap the feet now. Couldn't manage it, and a nice Yoko Shiogatami from Yoshida. Well, the Uchimata really started that off, didn't it? Roper couldn't get off the Uchimata. Yoshida Tsukasa makes her way into the final of the under 57 kilo category. She'll face Nakoda Davis of Great Britain. It will be Miriam Roper of Germany in the bronze medal contest. What we've got coming up next then? We're going to go to mat number 2. We're going to see the remainder of the repechage contest between Shiro Rishoni of Israel. She faces Tatiana Lima of Guinea-Bissau. It's Lima who leads by Wazari, and there's a little over a minute and a half left to go. Well, actually, we've got a semi-final taking place on mat number 3. Let's go down there quickly and have a look. My apologies for jumping around a bit, but we're about to get underway with Chernovitsky-Ava of Hungary. She faces Laetitia Payet of France. It's Chernovitsky in the white judogi, Payet in blue. We'll go to mat 2 when Galbadrak and Figueroa come up. Sorry a bit about the jumping around a little. Payet has picked up Judo. Now picks up a second, this time for a false attack. Laetitia Payet with that trademark Makikomi attempt there, or an attempt at her trademark Makikomi. Didn't come off. Chernovitsky was able to block that. 2:20 odd left to go. Actually, I just realised that stadium announcer has got it right. It's Otgonsetsi Galbadrak now. She's gone over to Kazakhstan. She kind of lost the naming rights, if you like, or at least the order in which the names are called. The Kazakh fighters all have a given name and then a family name in that order, but we've become so accustomed to Galbadrak, who had previously competed for Mongolia. It's been difficult to break that habit. I'll try and remember that. In any case, that contest is taking place on mat 2. Ooh. Just needs to get out of that leg. That left leg is what's doing it, and she's decided no, it's not going to happen. 3 penalties. She was momentarily in control of Chernovitsky. So close. Another good effort from Laetitia Payet over on the left side, but Chernovitsky's up to defending against that. Just moves around to her left and makes a bit of space and Payet can't fill it. Odd seconds left to go. Payet still working away as Chernovitsky picks up a penalty for passivity. Here comes Payet again as Chernovitsky backs herself up. Yeah, she kind of wandered off the mat there. Yeah, there was no pressure. Couldn't quite come up with the score now. Chernovitsky digs in and the clock runs out. Chernovitskieva of Hungary makes her way into the final. Payet will have to have another bash at this in the bronze medal contest. We're going to go quickly to mat number 2 then. Because on mat number 2, the contest between Odgonsetse Galbadrak of Kazakhstan and Yulia Figueroa is well underway. There's a little over a minute left to go. There's no score. It's Galbadrak in the white judogi, Figueroa in blue. Similar in stature, these two fighters. Both of them on the shorter end of the height scale in this weight category. The 48 kilo categories are not. The 48 kilo category fighters are not normally tall anyway. We know that. But Tassiana Lima, I suppose, Dilara Lokmanakim, they're two fairly tall fighters. Well, a shocker for Galbadrak as she goes over. What a shocker that was. Figueroa taking a bang to the face at the same time as she planted Galbadrak. Oh well. Galbadrak still with a chance to medal. But Figueroa definitely will as she makes her way into the final. Nice turn. That's all it was. Yep. There was the initial attempt at Ashiwaza there. The Kosodagari. And then there's the Kosoda. And then the hands. And she sees... This is the difference between a score and no score. She keeps control and contact with the body. And it doesn't matter that Galbadrak is thinking about a counter is way too late because there's no loss of control here from Figueroa. She goes over. She's still on top. The hands go down. She's turning. She's turning here. She knows what she's doing. She's planting Galbadrak onto her back. And that's a score. A nice one from Figueroa. 2 repechage contests now. Ilgar Mushkiev of Azerbaijan faces Diobek Urizboyev. Urizboyev with no opponent because Mushkiev was injured. He's got a rib injury, so he comes and takes the bout. Urizboyev will take part in the bronze medal contest. That brings us swiftly now to the semi-final in the under 60 kilo category between Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. He faces Dashtava Amatufshin of Mongolia. Nagayama in white, Dashtava in blue.
And now for number 2, trying for the semi-final for weight under 60 kilograms.
Nagayama's quite a morning of it, hasn't he? He started off by defeating the number 1 seed here, Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan, then defeated the former junior world champion Francisco Garrigos of Spain. Mushkiev was next in the quarterfinal, Ilgar Mushkiev, and he faces Dashtava Amatushin, the number 4 seed. Yeah, so number 1 seed already downed, Orkan Safarov, and now Dashtava Amatushin. And if he makes it into the final, it'll be either Ganbat, who's the number 2 seed, or Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan, who's the number 3. What a day. What a day. Nice right-sided effort, not the power needed to take Dashtava over, and Mongolian was able to block that. Thought about going for the Ashiwaza, but was almost countered there by Dashtava. Single Shido picked up.
いいよいいよかけ切るぞ いいよ そう、引き手、相手の引き手。強引に来るぞ。同じ。組み手雑にしない。しっかり回り込む。
Contest against Dashtava Amatuvshin. That is Ganbat's teammate. Well, he's up there already, waiting to see who his opponent will be. And it's odd because both of the Mongolians, Dashtava Amatuvshin and Ganbat Bolbatar, have made it through to semi-finals, but neither of them are going to be going to Rio. The Mongolians have gone for Sendocher, the youngster. Supposed to be two rather unhappy Mongolians, Ganbat and Dashtava, but that's the way it is. Anyway, Ganbat leads here by Yuko with a little under a minute left to go. 20 odd seconds left to go for Ganbat to hold off the challenge from Lutfilayev. Struggling here a bit now as Lutfilayev really presses home. It won't matter too much. He picks up another penalty. Still got the Yuko score. It's a third penalty, however. We'll have to keep a clean sheet from here on in. That'll do. Ganbat it is who makes his way into the final of the under 60 kilo category. He'll face Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. I can't imagine that there are going to be many other countries that will have made that kind of decision. And I'm talking about the decision to send Sendochir, who is down there at number 24 on the IJF World Ranking List, Sendochir Tsogbata. He's headed by his teammates Dashtava Amatuvshin, who's at number 10 on the world ranking list, and Ganbat Bolbata, who's at number 5. I don't know many countries that will make that choice. That's pretty brave. Anyway, Tal Flicker of Israel faces Fabio Basile of Italy now in the repechage contest in the under 66 kilo category, and yet again Basile's teammate Elio Verde is on the adjoining mat at the same time. It's Flicker in the white judogi, Basile in blue. No score yet. Flicker and Basile. Well, we may have to give this one a miss, actually. If you want to stay on mat number 3 and continue to watch Flicker and Basile, by all means, just click on 3. But the commentated channel is going to move to mat number 2 now, because there's a semi-final between Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. He faces Sugoi Uriarty of Spain. It's Pulyaev in the white judogi, Uriarty in blue. Send to Uriarty then. Already collapsed onto the tatami. That was a huge effort there from Pulyaev. Only coming up with Yuko, but Uriarty was airborne for a while and no one knew where he was going to land. Pulyaev leads by Yuko. He goes again, almost off the other side, just couldn't keep his hands on him. Now Uriarty picks up Shido as well, that doesn't help. Pulyaev beginning to hunt his man now. Despite the fact that he leads by Yuko, he's the one that's looking that little bit more positive at the moment. Uriarty still giving the impression that he's working out how to deal, or how best to deal with Pulyaev. And going over on the left side there. Well, Uriarty has pulled off one turnover for a win in Sydney. It was unfortunately there for him. He wasn't able to repeat that. And defeated Georgia's Gela Kelihashvili this morning with a neat turnover. Pulyaev proving a little bit tougher nut to crack. Pulyaev picking up the penalty for the push out there. Dimitri shakes his head a little bit as he wonders why it is that his man's been given a penalty. 20 odd seconds left to go. Pulyaev going to take this on that single Yuko unless Uriarte can come up with something really special. And it is Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia who ends up with that single Yuko, taking his place in the final. Sugoi Uriarte will have to battle it out in the bronze medal match. All right, well, that's the first part of the day over. 3:05 it is here in Baku. We're going to be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches. I'm just going to give you a rundown of the finals. In the under 60 kilo category, it'll be Nagayama Ryuju of Japan to face Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia. That's the under 60 kilo category. In the under 66 kilo category, we've just seen Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia making his way into the final. He'll face Azmat Mukhanov of Kazakhstan. That's the under 66 kilo category. Let's take a look at the three women's categories. Then the under 48 kilo category, the final, Yulia Figueroa of Spain will face Chernovitsky Eva of Hungary. In the under 52 kilo category, it'll be Odette Giuffrida of Italy to face Gilly Cohen of Israel. And in the under 57 kilo category, it'll be Nakoda Davis of Great Britain to face Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. We look forward to your company then. Bye-bye for now.